Hey there, I'm Carol, Crafty Grandma, and today we are going to make some kitchen accessories using a jelly roll and a whole bunch of other stuff. So, first thing we need to do is we're going to look at our pattern. If you don't have this pattern already, you'll just check down in the description, and it's at anniescatalog.com, and it's in the... I don't know if it tells me now. I believe it's in one of their collections. If you click on the link, it'll take you right there. The reason you need the pattern is because there are going to be 4 placemats, and they're oval shaped. So you're going to need the template to be able to cut out the oval, and a couple of pot holders, which are also oval, and the template to lay the strips onto the batting. You're going to need that. So I have template plastic, and I'm going to use that to create the templates for the placemats and the pot holders. Then the pattern actually calls for 6 fat quarters. Yes, 6 coordinating fat quarters. But since they're going to be cut into 2.5-inch strips, I have a jelly roll that I'm going to use. It should take 37 strips of the jelly roll to complete all of this. So there will only be 3 strips left of this jelly roll when we're done, which is good because usually I end up with like half a jelly roll, or not quite half a jelly roll, and I can't make the same thing twice. So obviously rotary cutter, rulers, marking products. This is a 9-inch by 9-inch square of cardboard. I just cut it out of a box. I don't know about you, but in my house we have a ton of cardboard boxes from all of the fun stuff that we like to buy. So it calls for either interfacing or cardboard. I went the cardboard route. I think they call this loop and, what do they call it? Hook and loop tape. This is actually the Velcro brand of hook and loop tape. So there we go. Because of the color of my jelly roll, I'm going to use bright white, snow white, whatever version it is of yours. We're going to use that for the backing. And then it calls for 2 different types of batting. And if you've watched me before, you've seen me use Insul-Bright. So this is heat resistant, and it's going to be used for the pot holders. And I've already cut out the 2 pieces because I cut out and prepped for this video based on the things that are written here. So the batting, it called for 2 yards of batting, but in the steps we're actually going to cut this into smaller pieces. And this is 100% cotton batting. There are points in this, because this is a quilt as you go project, which by the way I've never completed or done. I don't think I've ever even started a quilt as you go project. So for me this is a brand new project. I've seen them done. This particular one reminds me of paper piecing without the paper. So we've got the 2 pieces of heat-resistant batting, and then I've got 100% cotton batting. And oh, I said cotton batting for a reason. The quilt as you go, we are going to be ironing the seams as we go. If you use a polyester batting, you could potentially cause yourself a heartache because you're going to melt the batting. The polyester or anything with acrylic in it could potentially melt. This also means I am using 100% cotton thread for sewing. And again, that relates back to the fact that if you use the polyester thread, it does have the potential to melt as we iron. It's very, very unlikely. I've used polyester thread for the first 10 years or so that I quilted, not knowing that there was a difference. Learned later on the difference between a polyester thread and a cotton thread and why you would use the cotton instead of the polyester. Now I exclusively use cotton batting, cotton thread. They're all the same. Keeping in mind that this is not 100% cotton, but that's not going to melt because it's got the heat resistant properties. But I use all cotton products now. If you don't, like I said, I never had a problem with polyester thread. Just letting you know. But the polyester batting does, depending on how much, or not polyester, acrylic batting, depending on how much acrylic is in your batting, you could potentially have a problem. Okay, so the first thing I need to do, the first step is to cut the 6 fat quarters into 2.5 inch by 18 inch strips. And I did the math, and I forgot to bring the paper in here. Hold, please. There we go. Alrighty. 6 fat quarters makes 48 strips. And a jelly roll strip is only going to give us 2 18-inch strips. So we are going to need a total of 24 strips. 48 strips divided by 2 because that's how many you get out of a strip. So we're going to open up our jelly roll. In addition to the pattern coming from anniescatalog.com, my jelly roll comes from annieskitclubs.com. I get a jelly roll once a month. I pay for it, they send it to me. That's all kinds of fun. All right, so you'd think this would be easy, wouldn't you? All right, here we are. Let's take the ribbon off. I'm going to take the paper off of the ribbon, throw that away, and then this gets tossed over there to become a kitty toy. I'm sure one of them at some point in time will come by and find that and go, ooh, toy. Okay, let's look here. So this one's got flowers. There's only one of them. Some lines, some blue flowers, some checkers, strawberries, more lines, flowers, polka dots, big flowers, more strawberries. Now we're repeating patterns, but just in a different color. And it looks like we have one of each. Sometimes with jelly rolls, you get 2 of each fabric. It does appear that we are only getting 1 of each fabric. So, all right. And we're still repeating patterns. There we go. Flowers, polka dots, strawberries. All right, let's think. So we've got a nice variety of things. I like having the camera there, not liking the fact that my arm is going to cross over it all the time. That could get a little bit annoying. So I said I need 24 for the project, and that's going to be the pattern you see when you look at the 4 placemats and the 2 pot holders and the bigger casserole dish. So I'm going to separate these out by things that have flowers and things that don't. And then we'll see how many we have. I'm even going to set the strawberries off to the side in their own category, I think. Here, let's try this. No. There we go. I like that better. You can see more. You can actually see what I'm doing now. All right. So both. Oh, 3 non-patterns all in a row, or non-floral. Need my coffee. And it calls for 525 yards, or inches, for the binding. But I think we're going to do the binding as we go and determine what we need based on what we're working on. I have to measure the distance around the placemats and the distance, well, the distance around the casserole cover is going to be the largest. And I know with absolute certainty that we're not going to be able to get one single strip to use all the way around that. All right, so I've got it separated by flowers and non-flowers. Well, and strawberries. How many strawberries did we end up? 1, 2, 3, 4. That might be fun to use around as the binding around the placemats. Since we have, oh, excuse me, coffee's getting to me. So we have 4 different colors and we have 4 placemats. I like that idea. And I believe strongly that that should work because that's 42 inches. I'll have to find out, well, let's see, does it give me a finished dimension? The placemat size is 18 inches by 12 inches. So it's time to pull out the calculator here. All right, so 18.5 plus 18.5 plus 12 plus 12. That equals 61 inches. So one strip is not going to work because it's only 42 inches. Okay. Well, we'll keep thinking. And let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15, 16, 17. If we throw the strawberries in there, 18, 19, 20, 21, and we need 24. So we need 3 more strips. So let's see, is there anything in here that we have 3 of? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take the 4 strawberries back out. Make them into their own pile. Take the 7 stripes and put them with the florals. Now we should have 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So now these are going to get set aside for later because we know we're going to need them for binding later on. I'm not certain which ones will get used for what bindings, but we know we need them. And now we need to make these 24 strips, excuse me, into 48 strips. All right, so the strips need to be 18 inches long. So my little ruler that I use all the time only goes to 14 inches. This ruler's not going to work for what we need to do. So it goes back in the ruler case. And we pull out the big boy. This is the only ruler I have that's going to be long enough to get to the number of inches we need. And I don't want to mess with pressing this and ironing or anything like that. So I am going to cut off, let's see, first of all, let's see how wide it actually is. Where is my 2.5? So the 2.5 is on the inside of the scallop, like almost 90% of everything else. And I'm going to do it this way. trying to figure out the best way to mass produce. So let's do this. We're going to lay the strip that way. I'm going to go back and get my little ruler again. Actually, I'm going to get an even smaller one. I'm going to get a square. All right, so this is going to work. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to trim off the fold using the little ruler, and I'm going to put this on here to 18 inches. Nope, I need to go that way. Yep. Put this on there at 18 inches from, nope, I was right the first time. 18 inches from from the cut end, and then I'm going to trim off the tails and be done with it, so that we can take the least amount of time doing this. All right, so now trying to line up with scalloped edges is practically impossible. So just do the best you can. There's that. Put that up there. Here to 18 inches. Square it up as best you can. Again, the scalloped edges are going to cause issues. Trim off the end, and we've got two. Move directions here. They're getting all fuzzied up with fabric. One of the things to think about when I'm doing this and you're going, oh my gosh, they're not totally straight, they could be off. Yes, it's possible that I'm not going completely straight, but we're going to be cutting off most of the ends. The casserole cover, we don't cut off the ends as much. Still a bit, because these are going to be set at an angle. If you're watching in the little picture, you can see how I've got them slightly at an angle up here. They're going to be angled on the items. So having them not completely straight and square is not as much of a concern to me as it normally would be. You know what? I think I'm going to try and do 4 of these at the same time. You know, my rotary cutter can take it. And again, these edges, or these ends, aren't going to be used to keep things straight. That worked out quite nicely. Let's do that again. Otherwise, we're going to be here all day just cutting strips. And what fun is that? Even though I said we don't care how square the ends are, which is true. We still want them to be somewhat straight. We don't want them to be at a complete angle. We wouldn't have enough usable fabric at that point. Alrighty, we now have 48 strips cut. Now we need to do the next step in the pattern. Alright, so cut the 6 fat quarters into 2.5 inch by 18 inch strips. Did that. And just an FYI, they call them C strips. So the letter C. Cut 4 each 21 by 15 inch placemat backing and batting rectangles. So 21 by 15 means we're still going to need the big ruler. I'm going to take my fabric here and put it, I don't have a bin, do I? Got a million things to keep stuff in. Let's see, do I have an empty bin? I do, here we go. Oops, there we go. Bought a big container of sour cream a couple months ago in error. I thought I was ordering a 1-pound container of sour cream, ended up with a 5-pound container of sour cream. I'm going to use this for my scraps that I can turn into feeder fabric. So we'll set that over by the sewing machine where it's easily accessible. I'm going to move my writing utensils out of my way now. Put them back where they belong, which is over here with the electronics and stuff. Coffee goes over there. All right, batting. So these two pieces of batting are my heat-resistant batting. So those are already cut. I'm going to do, let's see. Are they going to stay? They will stay on the design wall. Excellent. So I'm getting them out of the way. And if you've watched me in the past, you know that typically with batting and backing, I don't mess with sizes. Sadly, I do have to worry about that with this particular activity because we're going to use the batting size to determine where the placement of the strips of fabric. So first I need to remember the size. 21 by 15. So how much do I have here? I have just about 23, so that'll work. I need to go 15 in from the edge. I don't have two rulers that are big enough to make this work. So first, let's see where 15 ends up being. Now, I guess I'm going to have to use my cutting board, which I never do. No, it's got to be this side. I'm actually going to cut it a little bit bigger. So here on my cutting board is the number 15. I am going to cut it just past that so that I can get a straight edge and cut down the other side. Alright, so now the rest of the batting has fallen to the ground. We're good. And now I have a perfectly straight edge that I just cut that I can put along the edge of the line over there. And now I have to measure 15. Where's 15? It's that one. And that one. So that little bit of extra that I measured, I got all squared up. Now, folding it over, I can very easily even up those sides. Wonderful. And the distance here, 21 divided by 2 is 10.5 inches. So I take the fold, and I put the fold along the yellow line, and I take my ruler, 10.5 inches on the bottom, oops, can't see my hand there, 10.5 inches down, 10.5 inches on the top on the cutting board. Square it up to the cut edge of the batting. And that's one. 3 more to go. I think I'm going to have to get another stack of batting out of there. All right, let's see here. How wide is this? That's good. So it looks like this was the finished edge of the batting. It wasn't somewhere I cut. So I'm going to use that to my advantage. Go the other way. Start down here. 21 inches. Now, I need to go this way to get my 15 inches. Wonderful. Number 2. And this one's not going to be wide enough. Nope. So we'll set that aside and see if we can use that in something else. And is this 15? This is over 15 inches wide. Wonderful. And we have a nice cut edge over here. Perfect. No, I lied to you. That isn't a finished edge. So let's line this up a little wide. So now these strips here that are left over, I am going to keep these because I like to make bags and purses and stuff like that. And these are wonderful widths for shoulder straps. So they get to stay. They don't get thrown away. Grabbed another bag because I'm thinking I'm going to need it here. Okay, line it up, make sure it's straight. And you know, just like the edges of the strips that we cut, most of this batting is going to get cut off, because there's going to be an oval shape. So this needs to be 21 inches. That's a square side. Excellent. So if we're a little off, we're not going to hurt anything. We just need to make sure it's at least the size requested so that we get enough room for the oval that we're going to eventually cut out of this square or rectangle. All right, that's 3. Okay. I don't think that's going to be wide enough. No, didn't think so. Excellent. So now let's see. Well, that's going to be the best way to trim this up. I only need one more 15 by 21. I know what I'll do. This way. that out of the way. Did I make it? Not quite. Almost there. There we go. All right. There we go. Let's move that out of the way for the time being and square this up. Alright, so now we have the batting for the placemats. I'm not going to do the backing right away. I'm going to do the next batting. So next on my list, where'd my pencil go? Did I put it away? I just put it away. So that takes care of the batting. Two 14 by 32 inch casserole backing and battings. 14 by 32. Is that 32 by any chance? It's not, but we can make it into 14. So fold it over this way. 32 divided by 2 is 16 inches. So from the fold, not enough. Looks like I cut my finger. Don't know how I did that, but somehow I did. All right, fold. We at 16, we're not quite at 16. That's not right. I almost did that wrong. Well, not necessarily. Hold on. I need 24. No, 14. I need 28. Can I get 28 out of this? I cannot. Okay, so this is just going to be one of the rectangles. Is there. Okay, let's move this off to the side. And then I have a ruler or a tape measure taped to my counter or my table. So this is 32 inches wide, excellent, and 14 inches. So that's one. We need one more. And then we have to switch and do this all over for the backing, which should be easier because we're not in pieces with the backing. The backing I have on bolts. The batting, it comes and it goes. You never can tell what I might need it for next, so I cut strips all the time. Let's see here. Is that 14 inches wide by any chance? That's actually almost exactly 14 inches wide. All right. So now we need to get to 16 on the fold. And we're going to cut this off. And then cut this way. And take the batting and put it off to the side where batting goes. Oh, got another strip down here that I lost somehow. All right, that can go there. And now let's see here. Almost 32. I didn't quite cut that quite right. And it's 14. So, if I remember correctly, the directions do have you trim the casserole cover up also. Okay, so now step number 3 was 14 by 32 inch casserole cover, backing and batting. So we're done with the batting. Wonderful. And we're going to go back to the placemat backing. 21 by 15. So this is standard white cotton fabric. I seem to have pulled 2 out. I think I like the feel of this one better. So most fabric is 40 to 45 inches from salvage to salvage. And since we need 2 21-inch pieces, well, actually we need 4 21-inch pieces, but we can get 2 out of this one cut, or this one tear, or whatever you want to call it. Alright, so now all of this stacking has been phenomenal, except for the fact that this fabric desperately needs to be ironed. And so I need to get to my ironing board. Alright, so now you're just on the big cover screw. There we go. Coffee. Let's see, can I move this cord without messing with that camera? because I really like the way it's angled today. There we go. Still cold. All right, well that heats up. I'm going to tear in a second one that's 15 inches wide. There's number 2. That's going to work for our second set of placemats. And then I need 2 14 by 32s. So am I going to get it out of this fabric, or do I need to pull the other fabric? I'm going to pull the other fabric out. And now I'm going to need 2 14 inches. Now keep in mind when I'm tearing these, I'm tearing them actually a 1/2 inch wider. And that's so that I can match, square them up later after we get it pressed. This one, let's see, how much do I have left here? This, there's not enough of to put on a bolt, but I'm going to set it with the bolt and off to the side. Actually, we're going to put all the white into the white cabinet so that it's not sitting there staring at me this whole during this entire activity. And let's put the batting stuff away. There we go. I'm feeling a little less cluttered now. That's good. All right. So these 2 are going to need to be pressed and sized. Let's put those there. Those are the, I don't want to get them mixed up, casserole. This is for placemats. Because casseroles are only 30 or 14 inches wide, so if I get them mixed up, I won't have a piece wide enough to, because the placemats are 15 inches wide. All right. Let's see here. And I'm using Faultless Premium Luxe Finish starch right now. I know this fabric was on a bolt. I don't know what happened to it, why it is so wrinkly. It's really bad. Figures. I should have known it was going to fall. You guys probably saw it shaking and saw it get ready to fall. I wasn't paying any attention to it. Let's fold it in half once. Since I'm using the really big ruler anyway, I'm not going to bother folding this twice. Just going to fold it in half once and put my new seam in, or new fold in. We're off a little bit here. Come on. What are we doing? Okay. I know, all I keep doing is moving stuff around today. One of those days, apparently. I don't need that for that. So when it comes to the cutting, or when it comes to putting the placemats together, like I said, the edges are all going to be cut off. So I am not going to trim off my ragged edge like I normally do. I know it's straight, and I know it's square to the fold. So I'm going to do that. Now you're in the way over here. Actually, I have more than enough. I'm going to go ahead and trim it off anyway. No, I'm not. I'm going to do this side first. So I'm going to cut this to 15 1/4. And then trim off 1/4 inch on that side. Beautiful. 15 and 15. Okay. And then let's pull it down a little bit. I'm going to trim off, let's see how far we have, 22, and I need 21 inches, right? 15 by 21, yes, all right. So cut off and square it up, cut off the fold. Line it up. Well, that's not going to work. It doesn't count both ways on that. Well, that's just terrible. Silly gadgets. All right, so now I need to turn the fabric. Down the sides of my cutting board, it counts both ways. So it can go 1 to 18 or 1 to 18, either way. Top and the bottom don't do that. 21. Actually, that'll work. So there's 2. That goes down there. And now we're going to press again. Cooled down a little bit, but not too bad. fold it once. All right, now 15 inches wide. Line the fold up. Make sure we're square. All right, so now we're squaring up the cut edge and the fold. Trim off the fold. Rotate the fabric. And cut to 21 inches. Go. And our placemats are done. Placemats. And backing. Got it. All right. Nope, that was the wrong backing. There we go. Backing. 14 by 32s. Let's see here. These don't need to be ironed. They're reasonably flat, so we're going to go with that. They're not straight, but they're reasonably flat, and I can probably work that out. Well, I do need to press them. I was trying to get out of it. There we go. Got it squared up. Got the grain straight. The grain was not straight. Let's see. Come on. And fold stays this time. We line it up on the edge and along the line. And half of 32 is 16, so we cut it at 16. That's a fairly big scrap, so that we're going to probably put, but it's all salvage. Still going to put it in back in my bin. There's one. A little bit on that one. And then over this way. And cut at 16 inches. Probably going to have to play with this one a little bit when we get to it, because it's not quite 14 inches wide. Not certain what I did there. We may have to cut another piece. I don't know. We'll find out when we get to that section how big of an area we actually end up needing. All right, this is the extra fabric. So we're going to put that away. Excellent. All right, so now that here. There. Cut heavyweight fusible interfacing or one 9-inch by 9-inch square heavyweight cardboard. I did the cardboard, now it's already cut. That's done. Cut two 10 by 8-inch potholder backings. That's up on the board there, so we did that. Cut and join 2 1/4 inch bias strips to total 525 inches for binding for all projects. I'm not going to do that. I am not going to have binding that is identical on all of the projects. I'm going to be using the strips that we have left over, and we'll go through and match them as we go. So that one, skip. Placemats. So placemats. Those lovely items there. I think I'm going to need this again. No, yeah, yes I will. Not for cutting, for marking. Okay. Well, my cutting tools are hanging out over here today. I know I'm going to need a writing utensil here shortly. So I take a piece of batting. I fold it in half and then mark the center. There's one. Here. Let's see if I can get the camera to go back where it was and behave itself. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay. Yeah, that works. Placemat one. All right, so placemat is folded in half. It's a little high. I'm making an initial mark for the center. Opening it up, square it up, and draw a line. So I have a line down the middle. little mark right in the middle. Make sure I'm square to the bottom. And then draw a line on either side. Placemat number 3. Oops. Make sure it's square. There's that. Let's keep those with those because I don't want to get things mixed up. Put you back over there. Now we need the batting for the casserole cover. There we go. We're going to do the same thing. This piece just happens to be longer. Because it's the one that's 32 inches wide. Make sure to line it up with the bottom. Put the batting back. Last but not least, our pot holders. Now, which way are we doing this? So the 10-inch. So these I can actually mark from the ruler. Because they need to be marked at 5 inches. And the ruler is 6 inches wide, so that works. There we go. That takes care of that. And did the prep. Now I need a template. All right. I'm going to get rid of my book because I don't need that anymore. I might need it in a little while, but not at this moment. That can go off to the side. You guys can go back on the wall until I need you. Excellent. And I have a little piece of template paper there to do, because the first thing I need the template for this triangle. So this triangle is what I'm going to use to create the angle that the strips sit at on the rectangles. So this is just template paper, or template whatever. And let's see. What's the best way to fit this on here? I think it's going to be this way. So this template stuff is not something you can use with a rotary cutter. This is just something to be used for, in this case, it's going to be used to draw a line on the batting. And then in the case of the section that's over here, that's the size, well, that's a quarter of the placemat size. And we're going to need to make, I want to make a half of it so that I can fold the fabric in half and make the what's the word I'm looking for? Placemat. I can just fold the placemat in half and cut it from there. All right, this is the alignment. Setup. So depending on when you're watching this, it may not be all that fascinating to you, but they just announced that Sharpie has come out with pens instead of just Sharpies, which are markers. And I'm all excited to try them. Which is going to upset the Papermate group greatly because I buy a lot of supplies from them. Now another way to have done this is to have used the rotary cutter and your ruler, because they are all straight lines, which I didn't think of until just now. But it's not vital that it is absolutely perfectly exact, because it is just going to be used to draw a line on the batting. Off to the side a little bit. I'm going to need that in a little while, but not right now. Move that all out of the way. All right, so I did that step. And I just put the ruler away that I'm going to need. That was really stupid. Does it say to put the backing down now? No. Okay. Backing, batting, marker. So now we have the batting, we have the alignment tool, we have a writing utensil. We're going to take this template and place it on the line. Let's move you over here. Let's see. Get a better angle so you understand a little bit better what I'm talking about. No, that's not going to work. How about over here? Oh, that's not bad. All right, so now our green line is the line that we drew for the center. And this is our alignment template. And we're going to draw a line following the template along. So now we have a bright purple line. And I need another straight edge. Let's see if I can get away with using a smaller one. I hate using that big one. Yes, I can. And we're going to continue that line all the way up. Come on, focus in. I'll give you something to focus on. Whee! Can you do it? No. How about the mark pen? All right, here we go. There we go. So now we've got the line, the purple line that goes all the way up to the edge. We're going to do that same thing on all 4 pieces. So, alignment tool. All right, last placemat. Now, this is going to come back into play with the other 2 items, with the casserole cover and with the placemats. We're going to be using this same tool again. Now comes the design part. And this is going to be all kinds of fun. We have 4 placemats, and we only have 2 of every type of strip in the back. This is probably why they say to use fat quarters, because you've got more options at that point. But I'm going to go with what I have. I like the idea of the fat quarter better. I like the scrappy look. And now we need a piece of backing. And it's going to go on the bottom. And the batting goes second. I'm going to try and line it up as best you can. Getting stuff all over my fingers today. And we're going to take 2 strips that are going to be next to each other. So the very center, this is the very center of our placemat. What do we want in the very center of our placemat? I'm thinking, let's look. What do I have? I don't think I want a dark color. I don't want any of the blacks or the dark blues, because we have an awful lot of those, or we don't have a lot of those. So I'm going to use those a little more strategically. I say that, and now I'm looking at this and this as the two centers. Well, actually, no. I'm going to use these. I'm going to use these 4 as my centers. 2 of them are going to get that. 2 of them are going to get this. So the very first strip we place against the line. So there's our purple line that we drew. Here's our first strip, and we're doing it face up. Now remember I told you it didn't matter so much if the strips weren't cut completely straight? This is why. They don't even fit onto the batting. And we're going to end up cutting an oval out of the middle here. So if your strips aren't completely, totally straight, it's not going to cause a problem for this particular quilt project. So we have this one, and it's light and it's pink. So I need a second strip, and I'm going to use actually, you know what I might do? I might be consistent here. Okay, so this is strip number 1. I'm going to use this one as strip number 2. So this is the opposite color of the other one that we're doing. And I'm going to place it face down on the batting. I did that. I did step 4. Batting, I did step 5. Paste the strips. And now we're going to sew a 1/4 inch seam right along here. So let's go to the sewing machine. Oops. Sorry, I'm fussing with my camera again. I've got to find something to do with that little camera. Alright, so as we said, we've got our fabric on the batting. We've got our backing back there, then our batting. We've got our line that shows where we lined up at. And we're going to stitch a 1/4 inch from that edge. No feeder fabric necessarily with this project because we're feeding directly onto the fabric itself. Now, based on the way the fabric is behaving, it's kind of bubbling up as I go. I'm wondering if I shouldn't have put my walking foot on here. But let's do this first one and see how it comes out. I forgot to set my machine to needle down position. we looking? Okay. So now we have, let's get that out of the way. We've sewn lots of string there. I really don't need to worry about this string because we're going to be cutting that off eventually anyway, but it's just going to drive me crazy while it's sitting there, so I decided. And can we get you to focus in? Oh, I guess it is in focus. Just looks fuzzy to my eyes. So we have our fabrics sewn together. We have our batting and we have our backing. Everything's sewn together. And now we're going to press it. And this is why you should use cotton batting. If you're not using cotton batting, you're going to need to fold this over and finger press it. And so finger press it out. And I've never been a fan of finger pressing because I don't know if you can see it a little bit. If you pull it out, the seam is still opening a little bit. I much prefer heat press. So we're going to press that open. And get it nice and sharp. Yeah, you can't tell me that's not blurry. There we go. So now we have two pieces of fabric attached to the batting and the backing, and you can see that there's no give in our seam. When we pull, it's there. Okay, so now I need the next piece to go here. And I want to point out something I didn't pay enough attention to. This piece here doesn't go all the way over the batting. Now this little bit shouldn't be a problem because, like I said, we're going to cut an oval eventually, but I need to watch that with the rest of these. The next piece I need to make sure that it's even on both sides like the pink flower is. And I think I want a darker one, and that's a blue. So let's see, let's go with, let's go with this one. So I'm going to put this one on next. And to do that, again, we go over the top, right sides together just like we normally do for sewing, but we need to make sure that the edges are off. So back to the sewing machine. Fold it over, open it up. And then now this piece does go all the way to the end, just barely. So we want to make sure we pay attention to that as we're going. Get too far up, not going to work for us. Woo! That's what happens when you use a shaky ironing board. Let's see if I can get that. Nope, that's just going to be falling all over the place. All right, well, I tried. Okay, so I am going to start another one that matches this and another one that is the opposite. So I'm going to get all 4 of these going so I can work on them all and chain through them. So this one is going to leave over here. Backing, batting, pink flower up, blue stripe down, backing, batting, blue flower up, pink stripe down, okay, we're going to get these 3 sewn. Now again, the fabric's kind of trying to bubble a little here, so maybe a walking foot would be a better idea. going to switch to my walking foot. Let's get that out. So you use a walking foot when you have multiple layers of fabric because when you sew, when you sew, the bottom fabric and the top fabric don't move the same. The bottom fabric is pulled along by the feed dogs on the bottom, and then the top fabric just slides along. When you've got lots of layers like that, you need to add feed dogs to the top so everything pulls and feeds the same. And it's still not going to be exactly the same, but it's much more likely when you have a walking foot. And my walking foot happens to come with a 1/4 inch piecing foot, so I don't need to worry about a guide or a marker or anything like that. I've got the 1/4 inch just like I did with my other foot. Make sure everything's lined up. And set for the 1/4 inch, and there we go. Whoa. All right, so just as an FYI, you could have determined which of the strips you were going to use in advance. The picture does show stripes across, but you could also do the math and figure out how many strips it's going to take to fill your placemats and have predetermined which ones you're going to use where. Like I said, I like the scrappy look. I enjoy playing with it and letting it come out as it goes. So for me, this is fine. But if you're a major planner that has to know exactly what's going to be where, you might not enjoy the fashion in which I'm doing this. And maybe just as a lark for the casserole cover, we'll use the rest of the strips, or maybe the pot holders. I don't know. We'll have to see, because we'll have to see. All right. Let's see here. So we used the bright pink hatched. We used that one for this. Got the green. Let's see. I'm gonna go with the green. And this is just like pressing any other seam. And I'm not using the starch, and I don't know why now that I'm thinking about it. I'm not certain why I'm not using the starch. But this is quilting as you go, because we're actually enclosing all of the pieces of the sandwich at one time. And this was this one. This one's going to get the pink one. Nope, I did something wrong here. The first one. There we go. So we got them set. Back to the machine. Need to move that. Great. Now we have all 3 placemats in the same stage of development. So we can just, or all 3, all 4 in the same stage of development. So now we can figure out what to do at the same time. Actually, I'm going to get some coffee real quick. There we go. Coffee. All right, so now we need the next strip, and I am thinking something light. Maybe this is where we'll put this blue in. We could put the blue in here, and then use, no, that's too much of that. Use this one there. I like that idea. They're similar, but not quite the same. So we're going to go with that. Back over to the machines. So something I just realized I forgot to tell you is I did not drop my stitch length on my machine. If you've watched me in the past when I do piecing, I usually drop my stitch length down to 1.5, and I did not do that with this because I was doing the quilt as you go, so I'm doing all the layers at once. I went ahead and left the stitch length at a standard 2.5. Just thought I would mention that. So obviously I want to show you something. That's why I'm pulling out the detail camera. I have to get a new one of these that has a better screw on it because this one just doesn't want to stay. All right, there we go. So I'm looking at these, and both of these are to the edge of the placemat. Both of these let's pull this one down a little bit, have like another inch to get to the edge of the placemat. I don't know why. It just seems weird because the strips are all the same distance, width, whatever term you want to use. It's just odd. I'm stitching them all the same. I know that I am. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. All right, I would like to put another stripe fabric in here now. And I'm trying to decide which color to use where. I've got the green in that. So I think I'm going to use the green one there. And this one, This is tough. Boy. I think I'm going to go with the blue. No, you know what? I'm going to go with the red. I'm going to go with the red and pull out the red and the flowers there. Because we're on those two, we're not going to see full strips anymore, no matter what. On these two, this one's still going to show as a full strip. And then the next one is going to start tapering off. But I know that on this side, oh, we froze. You may not have froze over there, but I froze over here. Let's see here. If I do this, that camera's at an angle. Good thing I haven't used it. And go back to here. Does that kick you out? Nope, it's still frozen on my screen. Well, I'm going to the sewing machine anyway, so we'll not worry about it. Hopefully it'll work itself out by the time we need that camera again. All right, so the red stripe. Green stripe. Okay, let's see if that camera's fixed itself yet or not. It looks like it has. Yay! And again, you may not have even noticed anything that was going on, but I did. This is recording in the wrong spot. It's taken me all this time and I just realized that wow. All right, well, I'll have to worry about it later, huh? All right. So now, on these, this green stripe fabric is not going to be a full piece. It looks like I'm going to need 2 more strips to fill this up. Okay, now let's see where we're going next. So the next stripe I need is to be floral, which is good because I still got a lot of floral left. I'm thinking this one there. Puts the same pattern of fabric too close. I could do a dark. And that one is that same pattern. So maybe for this one, now I should go that route and use it. So the patterns are opposite, but they're there. That actually works for me. these ironed, pressed, ironed, whatever term you want to use. Now we are going to, we've got corners still left. We're not done. We're not done going that way. We've got one more on here and maybe two more on those. But I'm going to turn these around and start going the other way. Actually, before I do that, I am going to get the template for the placemat. This is the template, and it's 1/4 of it. I do not believe my template material is going to be big enough to make a full template, but I know I can at least get a half in. Or I'm hoping, I should say. Actually, let's see. I'm going to pull out 2 pieces of template plastic. Maybe what I'll do is make 2 halves. No, it's not wide enough. Tape. Let's see here. I mean, don't get me wrong, I could fold up that into 4ths, but that just seems silly. All right, well, let's see if I can get this. If I can get a half on here. I'm going to use my brown marker. And I'm actually going to use a straight edge for the edges, just so that I can join them together later without too much of a hassle. Because if I have to use the tape, oops. I've already got red Sharpie on here. I don't want to get brown on it too. Okay, so I've got 1/4 of the template traced. I'm going to pick up my template paper, and you can't see it at all, but it's there. I'm going to flip it over. Now I'm going to draw on the other side of the template plastic, and dang, it's just barely too small. Oh, fudge. I was really hoping that would work. No such luck. So I'm going to need 4 pieces of template plastic. I don't need to get too close to the sides because it doesn't really matter. There's 2. I need 2 more pieces of plastic. So I have 4 quarters. Now I need to make them into one hole. trim down the template. I am not going to cut all of the plastic on the straight sides. I am going to cut straight, I'm going to cut right to the line on the curved edges. But I'm going to leave some plastic on the straight sides. That way I can overlap depending on which way I want to go. All 4 pieces are now cut out. And let's see about getting them taped together so they make one oval. Coffee's very full. Okay, And get the center taped up. And I have an oval that you can barely see. I have an oval. Let's take the tape and set it back off to the side. And here we go. Come here, little camera. Let's see if we can make you do something fun and interesting. What are you aiming at? That's not where I want you. Get your cable behind you. Let's try this. There we go. Plug you back in. Woo! That didn't work so well. That's not the way I wanted it to go. There we go. That's reasonable. All right. Yep, there we go. So now we have our template. It's made of plastic, so it'll last. I can use it over and over and over again. And here's the square, or rectangle, that we're creating. So there's a little bit at the top, a little bit at the bottom, and then the sides that we're going to be getting rid of. So right now, as you can see, that dark blue that I just put on, you're barely going to see any of it. I'm not even going to bother doing another strip. This is why I wanted to make the template now, because I was having a sneaky suspicion that these corners were just totally going to get blown out of the water. So there was no real reason to put another strip on there. Let's look on the other color set, whether we need anything on here or not. If I shift it a little bit, then no. If I make it absolute die-hard center, I'd have to measure and all that, but if I shift it just a little bit, there's no reason to put on any more strips of fabric. There's no reason to waste fabric at this point on that. All right, so now from the center, I have one strip, two strips, three strips. Yep. So it looks like I am going to need to go the same, like 4 strips out in order to reach what we need for this template. Let's see, where am I going to put this? I'm going to put this over here so it's out of the way but still accessible. So I want a dark strip on this side. Because, especially on this particular grouping, I have no dark. I do have a dark on the edge here on this strip set, but I have no dark whatsoever here. So I definitely need a dark. I need the darkest I've got. I'm going to go with, I'm going to use the blue, this blue, even though it's the same pattern. Dang, I don't like that. I don't want to put a stripe in there yet. I really didn't want to use the blue there. Maybe I won't use a dark on this color set. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's put this, which is the black, on that color set. And here, Well, phooey. Phooey, phooey, phooey. Didn't really want to go light, but maybe I will. Go light with that one. And then put stripes next. I've got a white that I could put on this one and the blue that I could put on this one. Yeah, let's do that. All right, and let me get this down. Sorry, just moving the camera before it falls again. Over here. There we go. Almost forgot the backing. Alrighty, there we go. Another strip added. Now I want to do the stripes. That one, I don't want to do the black because that wouldn't work, but I can do the white and the blue here. That'll work for that one. And that one, I am going to do the black. Because I already have blue on that, so the dark blue was on there. Yeah. I'm not certain how we're going to get the entire casserole cover out of what we have, because we have to do the exact same thing but on larger pieces of fabric. So I don't understand if we were getting 48 strip sets out of the fat quarters. I'm not certain how we're going to do this. Well, I mean, we have enough fabric. I can break into the other strips we have. I'm just not seeing that there's enough here. There's probably just enough here to do the hot pads, but I just don't see enough to do the casserole cover too. Excuse me. Let's get this strip on. Sewing machine, camera. There we go. right, what are we time-wise? 45 minutes left. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing real good. I think we'll get the placemats cut today. And I'm going to do, the directions say the casserole cover second, and I'm going to do the hot pads second and do the casserole cover last. Couple of reasons. One, as I'm looking at the number of strips, I still don't believe that we have enough to do the casserole cover at this point. It just doesn't look like we're going to have enough to do that. So I want to get the hot pads done and see how that works. Two, we might be able to get the hot pads in one, or use one strip for both hot pads. I'm not certain. Instead of using full 18-inch strips, using 9-inch strips. I'm thinking about that. I don't know if I want to cut one just to find out, but I might. All right, let's see. I'm going to check and see how much further we need to go before we have enough fabric. I'm thinking one more strip. And tape measure. So it's 2.5 inches from the edge of the template to the edge of the fabric, so that needs 2 more strips. I'm going to go with the same situation here, just a different shift. Yes. So even though the patterns are not this, there's different amounts of fabric left on either side, I still need 2 more strips on both of them. And I want both of those strips to be floral. And so now we have to think here. That one, let's go with those florals because we haven't used those in a while. So I'm going to put the blue one on here, even though it's right next to a blue stripe, and I'm not crazy about that. Let's do these last. Still going to be closer than I want it, but it'll be fine. Those will do that last. I want these big florals here. I can't use that. I don't want to use that, so it's going to have to be this one there. And this one here. That'll actually work. That'll work. I like that. Okay. And then the red one will go on here, and the blue one will go on there. It's going to have to be how it is. Oh, we're getting there. Oh, by the way, I could be pressing these over there because it's got the batting and everything here. And so I don't need to be moving to the ironing board. I've already got the batting in it. But they're so big and bulky and I need them to take up space over there. It's just easier to iron or press from over here. There we are. And now the last 4 strips. I need the blue to go with that one and the red to go with that one. There is going to be very little of this that even shows. You know what? Let's check. Before I even waste the fabric, let's verify that I need it. Yes, I do. Just a very, very little bit. So I might move it around and shift it so I get more of it. But all right. I just didn't want to waste the fabric until I knew I had to. did I knock on the ground? A pin. That's not good. There we are. Oh, we're almost there. Come on, you can do it. Stop. Come on. Couple more stitches. There we go. Okay. That goes over there. Oops. think I'm hearing the rain. Multiple children of high school age riding bikes. High school must have gotten out recently. We've got a brand new high school and just down the road, and it turns out that most of our neighborhood is less than 2 miles from the high school. So they didn't put in buses. This is logical. I can see that. You know, why waste all that money for all these buses for people that are less than 2 miles? Because I can walk 2 miles. Well, maybe not today. But as of prior to my breaking of my leg, I would have been perfectly fine walking 2 miles. They forgot to take into account that there's a highway and a toll road, so a big highway between us and the new high school, and they seem to have forgotten that part. It's like, okay, I get the 2 miles. 2 miles makes perfect sense to me. No problem with that. But having to walk to the entrance and exit of a toll road where there are cars going back and forth all the time, not so bright. And they didn't put bike lanes in. So even all the kids that are riding on bikes, those poor things have to, well, they should, I don't know if they do, I haven't been out there. I mean, technically, they're supposed to ride on the road, which isn't done. They're still expanding it to a 4-lane road. So they're doing construction on the road. And so technically, they should be driving on the road because it is a moving vehicle and bicycles are supposed to ride on the road with the vehicles, the cars and the trucks and everything else. And it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. All right, we have all of our placemats pieced, and quilted at the same time. And now we just need to cut them out. I want to try and make sure I stay horizontal and vertical. So that the angles come out right. So I could do this, and then that's not the right idea of the placemat. Okay, but I want to include more of this. And this is why I like using this template paper or plastic instead of white paper, because I can actually see where the design is going to be on this. And now I am going to use a Sharpie, and I do not feel at all bad about that because we are going to put binding on here, so it's never going to be seen. Okay, before I cut that, let's move our strips that are remaining over here. Yeah, there's no way that I have enough strips to make the casserole cover. None. No way at all. Might be able to get the hot pads out of this. I'm not even certain about that. We're going to have to see. Nope, I want to go this way. So I am right-handed, therefore I am cutting on with the line on my left. That way the scissors are on my right, and I can cut along the line. If I had gone the other way, I wouldn't have been able to see the line. Something I realized that I'm doing that it's probably wrong. I'm cutting just outside the line. And the template, I drew outside, just outside the template. So I've probably added a couple eighths of an inch onto the size of this placemat now. Is that going to be a big deal? Probably not. But I don't know. I'm going to have to measure it and find out. Placemat number 1. I haven't figured out what to do with that yet. And for consistency's sake, I am going to cut just outside the line on this one, just like I did on the last one, so that I don't change the dimensions or the spatial comparison or whatever term I should use. So placemat number 2. Look at us go. Now, let's see. How do we want to do this one? I want more of that dark color on the edge. Don't twist it. There we go. We missed some of the batting. I think it's just on the edge. No, it's there. Thought I drew it correctly, but I got it just right on the edge of the batting. That one. Oh, cat came to visit. Sorry. Hi, baby girl. All right, and here we go. Last one. Let's make sure we don't go off the edge this time. Half of these are right side up, half of them are upside down. There we 4 placemats complete. Well, not complete. They're almost complete. So let's look here. So here we go. We have our placemat. It's got all the strips are sewn together. And then on the back, we're quilted because we stitched everything together, and we've got a sandwich. So this was a quilt as you go. Yep, that camera looks frozen. It does, it does. Let's see how the other one's doing. Does that work? Oh, that's right. That one's at an angle. I forgot. All right. So we have our placemats completed, except for the binding. I don't like that. There we go. The other camera kicked on. That's better. And we still have 4 sets of 2 available to do the hot pads. Like I said, there's no way the amount of fabric that I did. So here's what I did. I took a fat quarter. A fat quarter is, here, saved that one. There we go. A fat quarter, no, that's not going to work. Maybe that'll work. Fat quarter, no, it would help if I, here we go. Okay, so a fat quarter is 18 inches by 22 inches. And they told us that we needed to take the fat quarter and cut it into 2.5-inch strips. So I divided 22 by 2.5 inches by 18-inch strips. So I divided 22 inches by 2.5 inches, and I determined that we were going to get 8 strips out of each fat quarter. So each fat quarter makes 8 2.5 by 18-inch strips. Hold on just a minute, let me move my coffee. So it told us to have 6 fat quarters. That means we're going to make 48 2.5 by 18-inch strips. One jelly roll strip is 2 2.5-inch by 18-inch strips. There are 40 strips in a jelly roll. Ooh. And that's how I determined we needed 48 That's how I determined that we needed 48 2.5-inch by 18-inch strips, based on that math that they gave us in the directions. Obviously, that's not enough. And I don't know why, but I will work on it between now and our next part. Part 2 is going to be in a couple days. And I'm going to look at this and see why we don't have enough strips and figure out what's going on there, because I'm just not certain what happened. But it is now 3 o'clock and we've been sewing for 4 hours. Oh, sorry, 3 o'clock in my world. We have been sewing for 4 hours now, and it does appear that the cat has decided that it's time for her to take over her sleeping spot. And that means I need to turn off the iron so that she can rest, relax, and be comfy. So we will see you all in part 2, and have a happy day. Enjoy yourself, and we'll see you all next time.